Okay, testing.
Protein numbers.
Yeah, because my. Okay, great. We are, our mics are working.
Expenditure plans.
Mr. Toffee, are we ready?
Yes, we are.
All right, thank you, Mr. Toffee. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, guests, audience, welcome to the Budget and Finance Conference Room. Today is July 18th, 2025. And we do have a forum today at 1:36 p.m. We had we recessed on Wednesday, July 16th. And yesterday we had a long kids get committee. We had several items to consider before we came back to the Budget and Finance Committee, but we are ready to go now. So Mr. Taki, if you would help us with the official roll call for attendance verification.
Okay. Madam Chairman of the Budget Finance Committee, this is roll call for Budget Finance Committee, the 25th Nominations Council Special Meeting for July 18th, 2025. Roll call, Honorable Dean Parrish. Honorable Dean Parrish is present, Honorable Carl R. Slater. Excuse Honorable Norman MBA. Honorable Norman MBA is present, Honorable Emeritus of Socrates. Honorable Emeritus of Socrates present, Honorable Cheryl Yazzie.
Here.
Honorable Cheryl Yazzie is present, Honorable Lester C. Yazzie. Excuse Madam Chair, you have former president of the forum for this special meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Taki, for taking the official roll call this afternoon for the Budget and Finance Committee. Members of the committee, we do have a forum this morning. Before we begin, I'd like to ask if we do have the Department of Justice on the phone.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. This is Mel. I'm on the call. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Good afternoon, Mr. Rodis. Thank you for being on the call. Thank you for helping out LLC on that research over the past few days regarding the animation division director. I think we've come to the bottom of this question, so we do appreciate your assistance. Do we have the Office of the Auditor General to help?
Yes, we do.
All right, good morning, Ms. Jones. Do we have the Office of the Controller on the call?
Madam Chair, I'm not seeing Office of the Controller on the call.
I did see Mr. Lydell Davis earlier, so Mr. Davis said he would come back shortly. All right, we have Office of Legislative Counsel present. We also have Office of Management and Budget present. We also have Office of Legislative Services present. We do have the Chief of Staff and President's Office present. Thank you, Mr. Beecher, for being here. Legislative branch, we have Mr. Carlo Roquehorse, Judicial branch.
Yeah.
All right, don't see anyone from judicial and don't see anyone on the call from judicial. I do see our honorable distinguished delegates. Delegate Annie Simpson here. Thank you for being here. Any other council delegates on the call? All right, none at the time. I don't see any others in the conference room. Speaker so did come into the conference room earlier. I did service early this morning as well. So they're in and out. All right, with that, thank you, Mr. Taki, for taking that roll call, and thank you to our advisors for being on the call, also representatives from the branch chiefs for being here. Members of the committee, we are on Wednesday, July 16th, we completed our agenda. However, we still have a posted agenda where the committee can go back to legal legislation. And we also have amended our procedures to add new legislation as we did on Wednesday today. So before we begin with any actions or modifications, let's start with the invocation. So we could all bow our heads in a word of prayer. Lord, I thank you for this day. I thank you for the opportunity to serve the Navajo Nation and the Navajo people. Today I pray for our speaker, the members of the 25th nomination council, our president, our vice president, our new acting chief justice, and the justices across the Navajo Nation. Today, they're traveling and making decisions on behalf of our people. I ask for guidance in those circumstances and also safe travels for my colleagues so they go to and from their homes. We just thank you for our support systems at home and those that our loved ones that continue to help us and guide us in the position that we have. I also asked today for guidance and just wisdom in the discussion that we continue to have here in the budget and finance conference room. Lord, I ask that you bless the staff that are continuous supports the process, and thank you for every member who has contributed to the FY 26 comprehensive budget. And we thank you for all of the points of discussion that we have. So we just thank you for another opportunity to have great discussions on the budget and other financial matters. We just ask for guidance and basis, which is, all right, members of the committee, let's begin our day here in the Budget and Finance Committee. Again, we have completed our agenda. At this time, I'll recognize Delegate Sherman Allen.
Good afternoon again, everybody. Thank you for coming back. I'd like to make a motion to suspend the floor rules and add legislation 0175-25, and then I also have amendments. And I'm wondering that also be shared with everybody. Yeah, most of the members. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sherman Allen, for the amendment on the floor. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, there's a motion on the floor to add legislation 17525 to the agenda.
I'll second.
And I'll recognize the second. 174. Oh, Delegate Sherman Allen, 17425.
It was on here. I was on the line.
Let me confirm with Mr. Toppy.
You know, just messing us around.
Thing I said, he was 175.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
Oh, Toppy has the article legislation and it sounds like. Delegate Sherman Allen, it's a motion to suspend the rules and to add legislation 174 to add to the agenda.
Yes, yes.
All right, thank you, Delegate Sherman Allen, and I'll recognize the second from Sherman and Eric Friday. Members of the committee, there's a motion to suspend floor rules and add. Are there any questions on the motion on the floor? Friday?
Appreciate it. So, in terms of the agenda, will this be the next item we have? Okay, that's fine. And the other question I wanted to get ready for the revisits is we have Navajo Nation EPA. The question that I asked regarding that hazard waste program fund being used to pay half of the director's salary. I think someone from DOJ who's familiar with that legislation doesn't say it's fine to use it in political equations. Or it's fine to go. The second question is for the revisit, who do we have on the list? And are they all here and we're all ready? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Amber, as the Friday's questions to the agenda and the revisits on the legislation. Mr. Taki, could you provide an overview of which amendments are ready and who has been our speaker today?
Madam Chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee, all of the departments that have been tabled have been notified by email and calendar invite of their table legislation being reconsidered today. That includes 1175, 11725, which is Department of Education, 0137-25, which is the Department of Health. 01125, that is Navajo PA. 0134-25, which is Community Development. 0156-25, which is the Executive Office. addition, we had drafted the amendments for. Department of Education, Department of Health, PTA has been sent to Ms. Lowell. And right now, the Division of Community Development is currently being in the process of work on.
Thank you, Mr. Johnny, for providing that fix the budget and finance committee, Chairman Everett, that's what I do, you have a follow-up question.
Or just the DOJ. Can be more. Teacher.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Everett, that's what I do, Mr. Johnny, you say that notify someone from the DOJ to, once we get to that legislation regarding how many should EPA. Alright, great. Thank you. Alright, members of the committee, any further questions on the motion to suspend the rules to add legislation 17425 to the agenda? Alright, hearing none at this time, I'll go to a roll call vote. Delegate from the meeting, how do you vote? Delegate from the meeting, votes for you. Delegate Shirley Yasi, how do you vote? Three. Delegate Shirley Yasi, votes three. Chairman Everett, Messer, how do you vote? I'll agree, thank you. Chairman Everett, Messer, votes green. We have 3 members voting affirmative, 2 members excusing themselves not voting. The motion does carry to suspend the rules and add legislation 17425 to the agenda. All right, so members of the committee, with that last action, we have added legislation 17425 into the agenda. I am the primary sponsor for this legislation. We have volunteers to share. I truly feel like Shirley Yasi does have an amendment to this, so. Point split between Chair Capati and Delegate Gay. Questions on the list? No. All right,
Oh, you're asking me to chair. Okay, go.
I'm gonna give the floor, the gavel over to Chairman Everett Messer, and then sponsor of 17425.
Okay, appreciate it, Shanisha. I thought I got the story to go to help me. Obviously, but, appreciate it. I know it was a long night last night, so I thank staff for assisting, Dr. Kit and here at Budget and Finance. So we'll go on to the next item, staff, which could read it into the record. Thank you.
Proposed in terms of Budget Finance Committee, you have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0174-25. An act relating to the Budget and Finance Committee establishing an investigatory hearing to determine the compliance with the nomination laws, regulation, and rules and policies concerning the nominations contract for housing and related matters. Budget and Finance Committee has final authority over this legislation, should be read into the record in its entirety. For nomination council rules of order, rule 9 legislation has to be read into the record by electronic voice recording.
Okay, thank you, staff, if I can get a motion. Motion, delegate, Marvin Gaye, second. Okay, second, sorry, Shirley Gay, so we'll move on, are there any questions? Questions, all right, no questions, we'll go straight to the vote. Shirley? That was my question. So, Chairman,
Yes, I do have an amendment to this. It may be sent out to the Budget and Finance Committee and be read into the record. Thank you.
We found it's a copy. It feels like it's a tiny.
Oh, yes, you did, that's fine.
I guess we need that.
Yeah, I sent it out to. On Madam members of Budget Finance Committee, you have amendment number 1 to legislation number 0174-25. 1, page 3, lines 14, delete and directed and insert for investigatory hearing. Page 2, line 3. Page 3, line 15, amend section 3, paragraph 8, as follows: the Budget Finance Committee the whole investigatory hearing to determine whether contract including procurement underscore contracts, deliverables, payments, etc. for strike through module housing projects underscore entered into the nomination with any homes, Indigenous Design Studio plus architects and other vendors understruck between January 1st, 2021 and the present, complied with the nomination laws, regulations, rules and policies at page 3, line 2. After the last sentence, insert underscore The purpose of the hearing rules is to ensure that the investigatory hearing is in full, fair, and transparent process. 4 page 3, line 25, after any insert underscore into including but not limited to statutory or regulatory amendments, programs, restructuring and or referrals to the Ethics and Rules Office, White Collar Crime Unit, Special Prosecutor, and or the FBI US Attorney, and or Office of the Inspector General. 5 page 3, line 27, delete, advise and represent and insert underscore act as advisors to 6 page 3, lines 29, delete paragraph E as follows, strike through division program office contractors appointed offices. Officials and witnesses shall preserve all communication and documents, whether paper or electronic, concerning a related to the issue being investigated by the Budget and Finance Committee. 7 page 4, lines 3, insert new sections as follows, as section 4, preservation and protection aid. Division program office and contractors, employees, officials, and witnesses shall preserve all communications and documents, whether they're paper or electronic, including emails concerning or related to the issue being investigated by the Budget and Finance Committee. B, witnessing this to those employees, including financial officers, legal counsel, cooperating with the Budget and Finance Committee and or providing testimony and or documents to the investigatory hearing that shall be protected from retaliation in any form by the Navigation of Personnel Policy, Ethics, and Government Law, and the Navajo Preference and Employment Act. As C, in addition to paragraph B above, any individual or entity cooperating with investigation who is retaliated against, including removal or reassignment from the position or cooperating with the investigation, may report the retaliation in writing to the chairperson of the Budget and Finance Committee. The written statement may be deemed confidential at the request of the individual and entity reporting the retaliation. And D, any individual or entity falsifying or reporting retaliation shall be subject to the Navigation of Personnel Policies, Ethics and Law, Government Law, and the Preference and Employment Act, and other legal proceedings as the appropriate. 8 page 4, lines 3, delete, strike through 4, and insert 5. 9, renumber letters to city paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Service, Office of the Council are authorized to make technical edits, including recalculating adjustments to this legislation and exhibit to implement the nomination council with intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language and another with language that we confirm to this amendment. For the chambers of the Budget and Finance Committee, that is amendment number 1, read into the record.
Thank you, staff, I appreciate that, so we have a motion by Delegate Sherman Yelsey, do we have a second? Second, Delegate Norman McGee. Are there any questions on the amendment? Okay, so we'll call for the vote on amendment number 1, Delegate Norman McGee, green, Delegate Sherman Yelsey, green, Delegate Shanteen Parrish, green. I want to just, after the record, we have, Chair Vince James.
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate it.
Oh,
Okay, moving on back to the main motion, are there any questions or amendments? Hearing none. We could go to the vote, so I'll hold the vote. Delegate Norman McGee, votes green, Delegate Sherman Johnson, green, votes green, Delegate Shamik Parrish, votes green. We have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention, pro tem chair, not voting. I'll hand the gavel back over, to make sure, thank you for the legislation.
Thank you, Sharon Chairman Eric Nesbitt Friday. Thank you to the Budget and Finance Committee for taking action on several legislation on our agenda. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, we were directed to work with the Office of Legislative Counsel to develop procedures. So that is the next step regarding legislation 7425. All right, with that information, we are going to go back to our revisit unless there's any other motions to modify the agenda. All right, hearing none at this time, Mr. Talking with, did you just provide a recap of which legislation we need to revisit today?
Madam Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, we need to revisit legislation number 011725, 013725. 0112-25, 0134-25, and 0156-25.
Thank you, Mr. Tati, for stating that for the record, under the budget and finance. Primary sponsor for legislation. That is implied. Chairman Vince James is here with his agents from the Department of Mass Education. Is there a motion to take legislation 11725 on the table? Motion by Delegate Roman and DeGay. Do we have a second to take the legislation? Motion. I recognize Chairman Andrew Knesser Friday, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is a vote on the to take legislation 11725 table. Delegate Roman and DeGay. Delegate Roman DeGay was screen. Delegate Shiliazzi. Delegate Shiliazzi, Chairman Andrew Knesser Friday. Chairman Andrew Knesser Friday was screen. We have 3 voting in affirmative, 2 members excused, myself not voting. The motion is carried. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, we are back on legislation 11725. And we are going to. You all have any questions or requests or recap from Chairman Vince James? Where do you want to go straight to the?
Is there an amendment on this one?
There's 2 amendments on this legislation. But I think there's some time was to delegate Vince James and his agents to respond to the question. I think it's a text. Ms. Lowell, is there, how many amendments are in the legislation?
I don't have any, but the only amendment I have is the one that said I get not even for that. The issue that we broke out yesterday was related to. Our last time was related to the recipe meeting. So I think that needs to be added, and I don't have any other changes. Is there? Well. We'll just, I'll just do a directive, right, just give them a directive to update.
You add it up to my minutes.
Well, I'm so I was gonna do it, but. Yours is being reviewed by OMB or Leaders, so. I never heard back from you.
So I'm moving forward. Let's have our minutes.
Okay, here we go. It'll take a minute.
Thank you. I know, we're just trying to do that.
With that time frame, we'll give the time over to our primary sponsor, invitations to give us any updates since the last time we met. Chairman James.
Yeah, thank you, for the chairwoman, Parish. Other non-members of Budget and Finance Committee. The meeting that April, other Russia, Hospital. The law, financial, family law, it's not something. Both the law, the permit, the education, arguing, the law. The base in our budget, the budget, the that one on it's also there. Other, not enough, the 18, the bigger shit into that. But now, the kiddo, but I don't know what's in. That's what they say that they are all in the end, OMP that they had a budget. Base for kids and then they go budget as to need that we done and eats and they. I don't know for those roughly door. OMP, so they each time they about which how they yes, name for. So Asian did not know none it's also they don't know it's also they for Budget Finance Committee with the meeting. For those sheets, the meeting, but each article from the Department of Education about here. I know that Superintendent Edgewater, issue article, not issue article, issue for all. Ones that we can do with that.
Good afternoon. Chair Parrish and the committee and everybody listening online and people are here in the position as well. So we did make some changes as far as amendment recommendations that were posted to us last week. We'll go ahead and give you a brief rundown of what has just directed, Chair.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Shelley Ellinger. I am Assistant Superintendent of Department of Education. And I will just review the amendments and make sure that everybody's on the same page. So in your binders, you'll see the colors, the pages that are blue. Those are all the pages that were corrected based on feedback from Mr. Tavi as well as from the committee themselves. The biggest thing that we needed to be updated was the exhibits A through F. There were some minor discrepancies and some numbers as well as the totaling at the bottom of exhibit A, for example, it just wasn't printing the totals. Everything else in there that is not, the exhibit E that Ms. Lowell was talking about. That was, the language was cleared up, and the amounts were posted for what our unmet need tasks were for, as opposed to the justification paragraphs. Past that, everything in the budgets that are blue, like I mentioned, they're just updates of minor language changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Department of Justice, Chairman, Chairman. I thought Chairman would be about this. Chairman, does that conclude your response?
Chairwoman, yes, it does complete our response.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to recognize Delegate Lester Yossi. Thank you, Delegate Lester Yossi, for coming to the. I know he was busy with some veterans meetings this morning, so we appreciate you coming in today. All right, please, the presentation on legislation 11725 members of the community.
Oh, whenever we open the public, it was possible of exhibit B, we could do it like this, like this personnel. And I'll read the extra.
Okay, while we're doing some last minute sketches on that, amendment, to the Department of Education. If you all, were in the proposed, amendment here, we're gonna ask if you could read to the E, which gives you opportunities to take a look at your unmet needs at one more time and resubmit them. But if you could break out your unmet needs for your operation, separate that from your personnel needs, as we're gonna take a look at that kind of more closer look and then identify whether it's a vacancy, well, it will be a vacancy. You covered everything else the first time. But this one, this is kind of the resources. So you can see, I don't know if you can see this part, but if you remember the trade. It's also personnel operating for that. So we can help them lead better, but he.
Can I
Trade.
Yeah.
I'll give you guys.
She had have the exhibit E that we're talking about. If it's. If them. I got it. That's just an example. It's
Okay.
Then it'll be their vacant personnel. Okay, so, share the, example, as they read their exhibit E. Is, that's just an example of format, and so personnel. To just be like the vacancy personnel, and then. Yeah. The number that they need for operating.
So,
For exhibit E.
so on the blue form document. Did you guys get a copy of this blue one? That's how it's written out on the blue document, the blue paper. Under exhibit E.
What tab?
After your first tab.
The first time.
Oh, no.
I got a budget for this one.
After tab two.
Right after tab 2.
The blue should be in the front. Oh, no.
So then we just have a budget for.
Did we get?
Somebody has this. Do you have it?
You updated all.
And staff is good as many reports and our budget and then we'll be able to look at it, in terms of the community.
I guess for 7.
sixth grade.
Alright, welcome back, it is 1:13, and we're gonna exit out of recess. We do have a forum, we have Delegate Sharon Yazzie, we have the Sherman Ever Kessler Friday, heard it, from the day ago, but he was here.
Yeah.
Oh, he said that,
Okay, I can do it.
okay, and we also have Delegate Lester, as we can here, we have absorbed the budget and finance committee conference room. We are on legislation 11725, and I will recognize Sherman Ever Kessler Friday.
Yeah, actually, I appreciate the Department of Education for coming back and providing your updated exhibits. Our intent is to fully fund all existing personnel, and we'll move forward. And our next step is looking at your unmet needs operation. So we recognize that majority of your funding had to go to personnel. So we'll keep you updated in what that process looks like. And moving forward with the comprehensive budget. So Sheriff, if you can read that amendment to record, I appreciate it.
Madam Chair, members of the Budget Finance Committee, you have amendment number 1 to legislation number 0117-25. One funding amendment from business unit new NP NDSP/CIMMIP for a total of $750,000 to business unit. The business unit 11 is 90039 Doty NTU MMIT data pay $750,000. The funding amendment is to cover funding shortfall. 2, direct that all programs of business units impacted through this amendment are directed to provide updated budgets form to the legislative advisor and OMB and at the end of Monday, July 21st, 2025. With expeditious completion of this legislation. 3, directives of program is to update exhibit E as reflected in the BFC amendment. The program is to provide revised budget forms and exhibit to reflect the funding amendment made by BFC. 4, read letter read number 16 paragraph sections and exhibit and as necessary and appropriate, the office of service, office is council authorized to effect from edits, including recalculating totals related to this amendment and an exhibit to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language and any amendments with members shall be conformed to this amendment. Madam Chair, members of the Budget Finance Committee, that is amendment number 1 read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey, members of the Budget Finance Committee, that is amendment number 1 read, amendment number 1, correct. Amendment number 1 read into the record, is there a second? Second by Delegate Norman Begay. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, are there any questions for amendment number 1? Hearing none at this time, we'll go to roll call vote. Delegate Norman Begay, Delegate Norman Begay votes green, Delegate Chilignani. Delegate Chilignani, votes green, Sherman Ever Kessler Friday. Sherman Ever Kessler Friday votes green, Delegate Lester Yazzie, how do you vote?
Madam Chair.
Delegate Lester Yazzie votes green. We have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 1 member excused herself not voting, motion does carry out. No one. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, do you have any last questions, comments? Amendments, concerns on legislation on 1725. All right, hearing none at this time, I'm gonna go back to the motion as amended. I will start on this side. Delegate Lester Yasi, how do you vote?
I vote.
Delegate Lester Yasi votes green. Chairwoman Amber Messercati, how do you vote? Chairman Schiffman, Chairwoman Amber Messercati votes green. Delegate Shelley Yasi, how do you vote? Delegate Shelley Yasi votes green. Delegate Robert Gaines votes green. We have 4 members voting affirmative, 0 opposed, 1 member excused. The motion is carried. Thank you, Chairman Vinci, for sticking with us and sponsoring this legislation. Including the disruption of the net. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Sure, maybe ask them. A little question, but for next year, how can we improve our system? I mean, the way we've done it, that's kind of confusing for a lot of departments, how they came over and it seemed like maybe they need training 101.
Thank you, Delegate. I'm gonna maybe we should send out a questionnaire to all the departments to see where the hiccups were, so it can all just share their feedback and that's we can improve on that. Great.
This,
Yeah. Well, we can do that, we like it. It's kind of. So probably was the news was like, probably a big old light. You have someone else in the world, this is.
Mr. Rao, no time.
Oh, Ms. Sherelle, if you could remind us, or if you could develop that form or either email out to all the divisions, departments, and the programs to give us back their feedback to the budget and finance committee, that would be very helpful. We'll talk about it later, Sherelle, whether it's an email or it's a you sign, either way, I think it's okay, but we'll talk about it there. If you don't know, if you're chairman, then you don't run the net.
Thank you.
We can do a check mark on the first one.
At my truck. Old tractor that comes there, and yeah, no matter what. A bunch of 46.
I just started rolling.
Oh. You're duck.
Okay, what's next?
Ready for DOH.
Alright, next, the Department of Health. Department of Health is walking in at this time. Alright, we do have, the honor Nolan James here. As the primary sponsor. Who's here? Who was here? I think Delegate Simpson was here, so here. Yeah, it's. Delegate Simpson, are you filling in for Jerry Sue today?
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Honorable Danny Simpson for being here. Your next on legislation 13725. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion to take this legislation off the table? Motion by Chairwoman Amber Messercati to have a second. Second by Delegate Lester Yasi. Explain what we're doing here. And then we need a, or we can, all right, before I take that roll call vote, I'm gonna check the Office of Legislative Sandwiches on amendments for the Department of Health. So, I'm ready.
I have it. But just help me explain what we're doing.
Yeah, so that's $2 million. So they. That's it. Did you send that out?
We got that this one.
Yeah, this is a template, this is a template.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. How's your phone?
This is how they wanted it.
Yes. I'll make sure.
No, this is an example. Don't look at the name, but how it's formatted. We did get it.
Yeah.
Just that one.
Yeah. don't be-
That's-
wait, don't be quick.
We're not gonna run this amendment by.
No, you just have to, just.
I know we talked about it earlier.
Okay, the blue one is.
Okay, which one?
That's 30. Because the pages.
So it's a zero, it's a big time, epidemiology budget. Oh, crazy. So.
I don't know what amendment made it.
Give this to.
So, rule DOJ. But we need to make sure. For that. There's the trucks.
Yeah. Am I doing the same thing? What I did with that chair, you know. Go around the
Was that the only next to 117,000?
We're not the amount, but
What, maybe that's this morning, the 1,000.
remember that don't put somebody that was wrong the
Oh,
wrong.
no, I'm not, we'll get to that one, I'm admitting, but if your base amount, if your base, you find negative 117,000.
No. For adults?
No. This is just like your base amount. Yeah, I think we're about that. This is what, oh, make sure this is that, the epidemiology. Your epidemiology budget is $115,000 is a negative, so we have an amendment to that.
Okay, so that's off of the 1.9 million.
Yeah,
So the 1.9 million with her amendment left like a 1.1 million. And then the following day you did all kinds of other amendments, so I think that's, yeah.
but we're gonna take the one that you prepared on Tuesday as an amendment. And I have admitted showing that 1.1. I would say that. And I get there, but. So that's not gonna be the same. We'll see how the costs or other times. But it's good that you did those calculations, because now we know. now we-
Yeah, PS2's no, so crazy.
Get a copy of it. There's a new sheet.
Oh my gosh, she's. Okay.
Okay, what is that today?
Yes.
All right, so now. The 107. Yeah, this has been okay. All right, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, we have a motion from Chairwoman Amber Casper Cardy, seconded by Delegate Lester Yazdi to take legislation 13725 off of the table. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, are there any other questions? There was a question regarding amendments to make a business unit whole. And that was new information from the Office of Management and Budget that was given to Office of Legislative Services this morning. So, with the later start this morning, I was able to work with Office of Legislative Services, Office of Legislative Counsel, Office of Management and Budget on that amendment. So members of the Budget and Finance Committee, before we take a roll call vote on taking this legislation off of the table. Mr. Taki, did you send that amendment out?
Yes. No, it's the same number for NT or HV buys, and it was sent at 1:06 PM. 1:06.
So that initial budget we had was for the 1.9.
So why is
Do
it?
that.
So. Okay.
Okay, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is one amendment from the nomination department for the nomination and Department of Health. Legislation 13725. The proposed legislation is to. Is there not also permitting language to exhibit E?
Yes, it's in the directive. Exhibit E underneath.
Okay. So, yes. This, for or against, there's questions before we take the vote on taking this legislation off of the table. So, because of the planning based amount, distribution in the executive branch, the Budget and Finance Committee had to find additional money to cover the personnel in the Department of Justice. So the Budget and Finance Committee passed an amendment on Wednesday, July 16th, for the Department of Justice budget for over $1 million, maybe $2 million, $2.2 million that the executive branch did not account for. So we had that $1.9 million in the epidemiology center budget where that was taken away from the Department of Health and put to the personnel in the Department of Justice. With that amendment, there was an over amount of
This is the amendment, so can I let those things do?
$117,000, $175,585 taken out of that new business unit, so it's now a deficit of the Department of Health budget. And with that, there was a, within the money account in the administrative budget, the Department of Health. Under services to others code, there's enough money to cover that deficit. The second item is that there's also a deficit in the Office of the President, Vice President budget as well. So, to our acting division director, is our sponsor, what this amendment does, that we propose at a later time of the legislation comes out, is it takes money out of the, Department of Health object code 6,500, which is the administration budget, which is, the executive director's budget, out of the contractual services and special transactions to cover those two deficits. So Mr. Ty, you can also send that amendment out to delegates, to Chairman Vince James and also to Sherilyn and also to Michelle Morris as well, so they can have that. And also in the amendment, it's directing the Department of Health to update your unmet. So if your unmet needs is contractual services for your planned amount, or if it's special transactions, you can add that in your unmet. But this amendment that is being proposed is to make those deficits in the president's office and then also in the Department of Health's budget whole. So just cover deficits. That's a walkthrough of that proposed amendment. And that's what's on the board there. All right, for the Budget Finance Committee, I do have a motion and a second to take the legislation off of the table. Any other questions? That was the first question that I was answered. All right, hearing none at this time, so we go to roll call vote. Delegate Lester, how do you vote? Delegate Lester, votes green. I do not see Chairman Everett or party here. I am going to go to Delegate Shirley, how do you vote? No, great. Delegate Shirley, votes green. Delegate Norman Mediate, how do you vote? Delegate Norman Mediate votes green. We have 3 members voting in the affirmative. 2 members excused from this vote. The motion does carry to take the legislation off the table. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, we're back on legislation 13725. Does anyone have any questions on legislation 13725? You all have time for a continued presentation or go to Delegate Shirley.
Good afternoon again, everybody. Thank you for being here. I do want to bring up a concern to you. I just got an email this morning from one of my senior centers. And they're telling me that they've been waiting for a purchase order all week. They're supposed to have it by Friday today. To order food. And they haven't received anything, so they had to close their senior center today. What I will do is I wanna write a letter to the oversight. And then I will write a letter to the OPDP office. Just to make sure we elevate this and figure out what's happening with the purchase orders. And how we can make sure that our elders are being fed. That's gonna be my concern. Thank you.
All right, drilling down, we have marked our sponsors, you get to respond to the concern. Chairman Ministries.
Yeah, thank you very much, for that, and so. I guess I can't really elaborate on anything if we don't have the information ourselves as oversight, so she can deal with it on her own until we receive that letter. At this point, because I don't know how to respond, I don't even know what's. Senior center she's referring to, and so, I'm able to respond to her, but I'll give some time over to my agent. I don't even know if they have the information, just yet as well, so if it's just been brought up just now. So. I'll get some time over to Director Yazzie.
Again, good morning, that's been introduction. Shanatani Delasinigi, thank you for the question. Shadeja Sherilyn Yazzie. I have our PS2 here that oversees the Port Defiance Agency, Ms. Lucida, who is standing here before me. I appreciate you being here. She just provided me an update. All of the purchase orders have been submitted, and it back in June, and this is an example of what we're talking about. All of the purchase orders were submitted and pending approval. It just so happens that TSTO purchase order is still pending approval. And we continue to follow up with them. So the assigned individual, is Miss Grace Cole, so we will follow up with her today to see why. The purchase order hasn't been, approved and completed by them, but it's been, well over a month. So, Ms. Lucida has just shared with me that she will again follow up, but I will also intervene as well and reach out to OOC in response to why it is not being addressed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sherry Lucida, this is Ariel Chia. The S2 for 35 Beltex agency. I know this happened before as well too. We are sending out our requests for food monies timely, but they're not processed on time. And although I send emails up to them saying, hey, what's the status of to this? Where's it at and all of that, so. For the rest of my centers, they have received their POs, it's just that T still hasn't received his yet.
So with that, Chairwoman and then Budget and Finance Committee. As we move forward, you see the problem and the concerns and issues that we have that intertwine within other departments. I'm assuming that this purchase order will be something that you as Budget and Finance can do directive. Or maybe Delegate Yazzie can do directive to OOC. Because it's out of our hand, but all we can do at this point is. Listen to the concerns, but as you guys being the oversight, I think you guys can make that motion in a second to make a directive. In your directive, maybe even put a time frame that this should be a priority. Since it was submitted back last month, June. And so I'm just making some recommendation on how to try to resolve the issue that I just found out at Easter, I guess, at this point. So that's only the recommendation that I can think of at this point is to have a directive coming from you as Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman James. I have asked the division director to identify the challenges that the Department of Health has with the Office of the Controller. I did ask her for a memorandum and I'm still waiting for her to outline the challenges that she faces. Because she also identified that she would like to purchase cards, P cards for this department, operating cards. So I'm still waiting.
That was from last Thursday.
Alright, thank you, Ms. Yazzie, thank you, Chairman Vince James.
Of course.
Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, does anyone else have any questions on legislation? 13725.
I love the PST's name, I don't know, so I'm getting that time, so I can get that this week. At least I'm not like that, like, that she really said that, well, this is my life, and that's it.
Chairman?
Alright, let me go back to the sponsor, Landry said on, Chairman James.
Yeah, no, Chairwoman, so I guess the information that you requested was from last Thursday. But I think, I'll have Director Yazzie respond to an update, because she did relay that information to her staff. So let's give her some time to respond back to your request.
Yeah, Shannon, I don't know, Shannon, Shandy, Harris Honorable Delegate Hirsch. With regards to your response, that was a discussion that we had last Thursday during our recess, and that information was provided to our PS2 in our work session. So the culmination of all the concerns, we are compiling them now, and we will get that letter submitted to you no later than Monday, close of business days, with all the concerns that the PS2s as well as Beltex has with regards to the procurement process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here, well, that's one side forward,
Yeah.
purchase orders, right? So, yeah. We'll work with you all.
Yep.
All right, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, that is sent out by Mr. Taki. Who has everyone reviewed it? If anyone like to offer that motion? Alright, next, Delegate Shirley Nasty on amendment number 1. Oh, amendment number 3. Amendment number 3, motion by Delegate Shirley Nasty. Mr. Taki, can you read amendment number 3 into the record?
Madam Chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is amendment number 3 to legislation number 0137-25. One, funding amendment from Business Unit 113001, Navajo Department of Health Administration, Object Code 6500 Contractual Services. 107-126, Object Code 7000 Special Transaction. 117-858 for a total of 224.71 to Business Unit New / Navajo Epicenter, Object Code New Navajo Epicenter. 117,585 or 855. Object Code Business Unit 103001 OPVP, Object Code 4000, Supply 74,126, Object Code 6500 Contractual Services 33,000 for a total of 224,711. The funding amendment is to cover funding shortfall. 2, directors of the program impacted by this funding amendment shall update the budget forms and exhibits, including unmet needs, and submit their updated and corrected amendments to the legislative advisor and office manager of budget by the close of the business day, Monday, July 21st, 2025. And 3, renumber the listed paragraph sections of exhibit if necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services, the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits, including recalculating totals related to this amendment, and as an exhibit to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any of the amendment, which language should be conformed to this amendment. Madam Chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee, that is amendment number 1 run into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Tony, for reading the proposed amendment into the record. Members of the Budget and Finance Committees are second. Second by Delegate Roman Indigo. I know Vice Chairman, we have the Chairman, Vince James here, who has sat through with us for almost 2 weeks. Chairman, do you have any comments on this before I go back to the committee?
We had Donna Padoa, again, Chairwoman. This amendment is. Coming from what's on your board, right? The 117,585.
That new business units was in epidemiology. So it was negative 177,000. So it was Department of Health money.
It's that one up there, that number's permanent.
The 1.9,
Yeah,
okay. All right, gotcha, all right,
so we're moving money from the admin, the Department of Health admin to that part. But also giving DOH the opportunity to update unmet needs after this event.
gotcha. All right, thank you, no questions.
Thank you, Chairman Vince James. I want to just confer with the oversight committee chairman for, go back to any questions from the budget and finance committee. Chairman Amber Messer,
Appreciate it, Shanice, I support the amendment and. Again, we're just trying to fund the personnel, so it's been a challenge. We now see where we need to tighten up on the process and how. Our staff track the changes, because I just found another. Issue where OMB sent to the Department of Health. Not the version of what we passed here, and that created confusion.
Yeah.
So we need I just let Mr. Beecher know that we need a brief on. How the coordination happens, because. If they're not getting the right version, then when we're trying to explain something here, it doesn't all connect.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that, I don't want to thank staff back there for everybody, So with that in mind, and because we've been having issues with how the money's tracked. I just wanna make sure if you're, from this amendment. That you're taking out of the administrative. I just wanna make sure. That OMB concur that money is available. If there's been another amendment, that they're tracking it, or I just need something from OMB on accountability. Because then we'll have to fix this in the future, thank you, Chair.
yeah, thank you, Shadow Chairman Amber Messer, thank you for catching that. Thank you to the Office of the President, and Vice President for being here. I'm gonna give the floor back over to OMB. I think Ms. Nez took a look at this, but I'll give the floor back to the Office Management Budget to ensure that this amendment is reasonable.
Good afternoon, my name is Eileen Ness, I'm the senior budget analyst. And, the account that you're talking about is for the Navajo etymology. And, I went ahead and received all of these legislation amendments. And I went ahead and did my own, chart. So out of that 1.9, I went ahead and minus all of these, the legislation amendments that you guys had done. So I have all of it here. And that's how it ends up with a negative.
So the question is. For the health administration, no. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Nez. Let me go back to Chairwoman Amber Messer.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Shemaine, for that explanation. So now what I'm talking about is the amendment we're considering right now. Is business unit 113001. I need to know if. Object code 6500 has that amount. Do you have a copy of the amendment? Or we? Shemaine? Yeah. I need to know that object code 6500 has that amount. Because what we're forced to do is pull out operation costs to cover the personnel. And so far, that's the only money he's really having moving, is moving operating to personnel. And doesn't exceed the miscommunication of the misinverted Thank you guys for, it's really, within our shares allocations. So that's the only amendment we should be doing. And seeing couple of the, as all the same base amount. And things are adding up, Chair, that's what I, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shadow Chair, we're back to Friday to the rest of the set.
I went ahead and received revised, budget as of 7/17 yesterday. And they went ahead and, included they minus the legislation amendment 1. Which had 386,499. So that left them a total of 209,830. And looking at that budget, the amount, it only covers personnel, with no other line item available. $0 for 6,500.
So that impacts this amendment.
Okay. This one, we need somebody here who's looking at all these amendments. So Ms. Nez was here earlier, she was given the amendment, and now we're hearing that amendment number 1, there's no more operating in the Department of Health Administration, is that correct?
That's what she's trying to do. Chair Parrish and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, that's the line that's what Ms. Nancy's mentioned.
Okay, so for all these legislation here, Mr. Tommy was here at 8:30, I was here at 10 o'clock. Just because of the budget, finance we didn't have quorum, we're the only ones here, and this then showed up about the time too, so we need our advisors to be here to help us with these amendments. Members of the Budget Finance Committee, it sounds like there's no money at business unit and author put at this time. So I'd like to ask the chair now if you would consider withdrawing your motion, and then I guess we would have a recess and reconsider that, because I would not feel comfortable for the committee to pass the budget with a deficit.
Well, let's recess like we did for Department of Justice, and then they'll fix the amendment, and then we could read the fixing. Okay, just let you know the withdrawal and.
Oh, got it, okay, so we'll just recess, or this is, this Chairman has provided the recommendation. So that recommendation is to recess at this time, and then we'll reconvene, and then maybe Delegate Shirley has will modify her motion later on. All right, let's recess for 30 minutes, and we'll come back, well, let's say we'll come back at 3:30, yeah. We may come back earlier. Never know. All right, we're gonna come back at 3:30. Okay, everyone. Let's start. Okay, everyone getting ready to go sit. Ready, ready for me, live and happy.
I'm not doing any budgets until we're done.
Okay, but as long as all.
Okay, so everyone ready?
Been ready since 10 a.m.
Thank you. Chairman Vince James, nice, so we're holding what, 30 minutes?
I wanna go home.
It's being at 55 PM, we have resolved the issue. And okay, reconvene with the Budget Finance Committee, we do have forum, we have Delegate Shirley Nosby here, we have Chairman Amber Knesser, Delegate Lester Radley, Vice Chairman Carl Sider, and myself. At the time that we recessed, Delegate Shirley Nosby raised a motion on the floor. I'm gonna go back to her to see if she would like to still maintain that motion. Delegate Shirley Nosby?
Thank you. I'm gonna withdraw the motion because during recess, because I'm put it up.
Thank you, Delegate Shirley Nosby. There is no need for an amendment on this legislation. I do not see Delegate Norman P. who is a secretary party. So I'm just gonna call it, see if he's gonna maintain that motion. Okay, nothing. Okay, so there's no motion on the floor at this time. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, we are back on the main motion for legislation 11725. Does anyone else have any questions for the, yes, Chairman Amber Knesset, right?
Yeah, Chair, I just want to ask staff, so when we made amendments to this legislation. Is the concurrence that there was an ability for the department to update their exhibit E. As they want to include some additional Delta needs. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairwoman Amber Knesset. I will go back to the Office of Legislative Services to review those amendments and directives that may have outlined the directives to the division to update their exhibit E. Mr. Crowley, can you confirm?
Madam Chairman of the Budget Finance Committee, yes, on. What's this? On the July 9th, on amendment number 2, part of the directive does read that they will need to update to their exhibits A, B, C, D, and E as well. So E is in there, yes,
That's on the number.
amendment 2.
Thank you, Mr. Tati. Amendment number 2, the committee, the Budget and Finance Committee voted on does outline the program to update their exhibit E. All right, members of the committee, the legislation before you, legislation 11725 as amended. There were 2 amendments passed by the committee on Wednesday, September 16th. Or no, before that, it was actually the first week of May. So we did pass 2 amendments previously. This is the revisit, we took it off the table. Does anyone else have any final questions on the legislation for you? Hearing none at this time, let's go to a roll call vote on the main motion. I will go to Delegate Shirley Nosby, how do you vote? Green. Delegate Shirley Nosby votes green, Chairwoman Amber Knesset, how do you vote? All vote green. Yeah, Chairwoman Amber Knesset, votes green, Delegate Lester Yelsey, how do you vote? Delegate Lester Yelsey votes green, Vice Chairman Carl Sider.
Green.
Vice Chairman Carl Sider votes green. We have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposed, myself not voting. 1 member excused, the motion does carry on legislation 11725. Thank you, Chairman Vince James, for your recommendation. On behalf of the Health Education and Human Services Division. Enjoy your weekend.
Long thing get the horse snake. Right, right, the horse in Sunday.
Would you like something?
Yeah.
From.
No, I didn't.
Oh, Granada. Okay. We have. This year, that was that.
Is it this one like this?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So it's just easier to, for us to see it, to be like, yes, yes, yes. And then we're assuming any personnel will be vacancies and that'll be another
Members of
conversation.
the committee, looking back at our agenda, I'm gonna pull that back up. Mr. Todd.
Yeah, it's getting comfortable, isn't it?
On the Navajo epidemiology. Budget, or no, not epidemiology, the EPA budget, that.
Yes.
That is the legislation 11225. I do recognize Delegate Peggy Simpson. This to be the official co-sponsor.
Yes, I'm good.
All right. Honorable Daniel, thank you, Director Shelley Malati, to also Department of Health for being here, appreciate it. Thank you. So next, we'll go to legislation 102.5. This legislation was tabled by the Budget and Finance Committee. Our sponsor, Honorable Daniel Bassett, is here. We also have the Division Director for Care as well. So let's.
This seat's really comfortable. We'll see you.
I have it right here.
Okay.
Or yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Taki, members of the budget, is there a motion to take legislation 11225 off of the table? Motion by delegation of housing, members of the committees are seconds. Second by Chairwoman Amber Knessler, right? Members of the committees, are there any questions on the motion on the floor? Hearing none, let's go to roll call vote. Vice Chairman Carl Bader, how do you vote?
Great.
Vice Chairman Carl Bader votes green. Delegate Lester Yossi, how do you vote? Delegate Lester Yossi votes green. Chairwoman Amber Knessler, how do you vote? Chairwoman Amber Knessler, how do you vote? Green. Delegate Chairman Yossi, how do you vote? Green. Delegate Chairman, how do you vote? Green. Delegate Norman Miguel abstains from this vote. The motion is carried. With 4 voting affirmative, 0 opposed, myself not voting, 1 member excused, the motion carries on taking the legislation 11225 off of the table. To recap, the chairwoman of the Resource and Development Committee gave a presentation on legislation 11225. The committee did have a question regarding the division director's cost shared salary. And so, to answer that question on the record, could we have the Department of Justice chime in? Ms. Griswold, which, member of the Department of Justice will answer that question? Will you answer the question? Policy?
Good afternoon, Chair, while we were in recess, Dan Logan from National Resources Unit came into the committee room and spoke with Delegate Friday. He said that it was fine, and I got an email from Mel Burtis saying that he had discussed the matter with Dan and Veronica Black Hat. And they all agreed that it was fine and didn't pose an issue, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf, for recapping the conversations we had. And we did, Mr. Rivers says, do you concur with the advice of the committee? Mr. Rivers?
Oh, good afternoon, Madam Chair. Yes, I do concur. I'm prepared to give an explanation if you'd like some additional detail.
Thank you, Mr. Rhoda. I'll come back to the budget and finance committee to see if they would like to ask any questions on that. Original committee doesn't know if they have any questions or different than this. Alright, very nice, thank you, Mr. Rhodes, thank you for taking the time to work with Office of Legislative Counsel on that question that you posed earlier. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, does anyone else have questions on the budget? Legislation 11225. Hearing none, I just want to also, share with the co-sponsor that the committee also gave the opportunity for the division to update their unmet needs. And in that, if they could separate their operation dollar requests from their personnel requests, the personnel vacancy, that to separate that, so we could see how that's different in the request of everything. Alright, with that, I hear no further questions from the Budget and Finance Committee on legislation 11225. I'll go to a roll call vote on the main motion. Delegate Shirley Yazzie, how do you vote? Delegate Shirley Yazzie votes green. Chairman Eric Nesbitt-Carty, how do you vote? Chairman Eric Nesbitt-Carty votes green. Delegate Lester Yazzie, how do you vote? Delegate Lester Yazzie votes green. Vice Chairman Carl Snyder, how do you vote?
Green.
Vice Chairman Carl Snyder votes green. We have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposed, myself not voting, 1 member excused, the motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Red City, thank you to the nomination Environmental Protection Agency for your presentation and working with the Research Development Committee and also the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you. Thank you, Delegate Anderson. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee.
I'd just like to say, yeah, thank you for your guidance.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, we are back on legislation 13425. Before we consider a motion to take this legislation off the table, I went to check in with the Office of Legislative Services at OMB to see if the amendments have been reviewed.
Madam Chair, the Budget Finance Committee, we did get the funding reallocation to be carried, however, we still need to insert the technical amendments, so give us a few seconds, so we, that we care.
Okay, I want to make sure that when we check all of those business units, to see if they're available balances. This time.
Yes. Yes.
For the 2,362,103. That's the amendment, we need to make sure, only to take a look at.
Let's give us time to check it.
Was it sent over to, check,
All the words on it were from Manuel.
how did you check those budgets?
Good afternoon, Chair Parrish and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I did receive those business units and I was working with the manual, we got half of it done, so I think sent it to my staff, so we're reviewing it right now, so it just takes a few minutes, let me check it over 5 minutes. Okay, so you're not. Okay.
Well, they need to check the balance.
Yes. Well, we finished up the amendments.
Yeah.
So you
Well, the forms are, because they're checks.
Do we have any documents?
Do we have any documents for the, restoring the office of the president, first president, money, do we have that verification test?
And then how about forward the taxers?
Okay, in the meantime, we're hearing for the next legislation. I'm gonna ask if we could. We're gonna recess for about 15 minutes and then come back to take into consideration our last two legislation. So, welcome up additional community development and also, our sponsor here. So we're gonna recess for about 15 minutes. Everyone, thank you all for your patience, to try to go back to the record. Alright, we're good, it's good evening, everyone, it's 5:44 and we have come to some solutions in our recess. I know when we left the recess today, we were in between legislation. So now, the budget and finance committee can, we do have forum, we have Delegate Shirley Mazzy here, Chairman Eric Nesbitt-Crotty, Delegate Lester Young, myself here. And we also have a primary sponsor for the next legislation. The next legislation is legislation 013425. The Budget and Finance Committee did table this last week, and we are here to consider revisit. Does anyone from the committee want to offer a motion to take legislation 134 off of the table? Motion by Delegate Lester Yazzie, do you have a second? Okay, we have a second and a third, then we get Shirley Yazzie, I'll recognize you for the second. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, do we have any questions to taking the table, or taking legislation on the table? Alright, hearing none, let's go to roll call vote, Delegate Norman DeGay, Vice Chair Carl Slater are excused from this vote. Delegate Shirley Yazzie, how do you vote? Delegate Shirley Yazzie votes green, Chairwoman Amber Nesbitt-Crotty, how do you vote? Chairwoman Amber Nesbitt-Crotty votes green, Delegate Lester Yazzie, how do you vote? Delegate Lester Yazzie votes green, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 2 members abstained, and myself not voting. Budget and Finance Committee, we do have legislation 13425 before us. We do have the co-sponsor here with us. It's co-sponsored by Council Delegate David Simpson. We have the agents here. We have our director from the division, Ms. Candace Ghazi, and also her staff are here too. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, would you all like to offer motion, questions at this time, or would you like the presentation? Do you have a motion?
Motion. Do we have the final? It's gonna still say, mine still says, not added. Was there not?
Oh, Mr.
First
Myers, you said the final draft.
This one time, because I went from 537. Can I ask a question?
Yes, Chairman Eric Nesbitt-Crotty.
Yes, I just want to clarify, from the bill positions. Which were the 4 that ASC was going to take out of O2 account for the chapters? I just want to make sure we're covering them in this amendment, Chair.
Thank you, Chairman Eric Nesbitt-Crotty. We do have a primary sponsor here with the agents. They do have a copy of the final draft of the amendment, so I'm gonna give the floor over to Honorable Danny Simpson to further expand on those 4 chapter positions that were identified earlier in the presentation. And I hope that we can expand upon whether those positions are encapsulated in the proposed amendment. Honorable Delegate Danny Simpson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Finance Committee, staff, thank you, staff also here. Community guys, be here safe, appreciate that, thank you, again, Budget and Finance, appreciate that, so, Madam Chair, I have to go ahead and have, maybe the division director can't see, I'll go get that information. And I do, or Charlene Jeff here for that information, that those 4 chapters. Personal are including this, the additional funding will cover those 4 additional chapters that were not budgeted, but it will be including this amendment to cover the purpose of this 4 chapters. Charlie?
Thank you, Chair Parrish and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I understand that at the last meeting, Mr. Carter had mentioned the 4 positions. As we've been working through changing our budgets and the recommendation of RDC and BNX, today, to my best of my knowledge, that we can identify those four chapters. But we will get that information to you.
I don't know if the movie's talking about passing it, unless we. The second time we people, we had reset. But they're not figures ready. You have to verify. After this. Who's that figure?
Okay, if you want to do something that. How much longer is it for that?
What? I'm sorry, I'm just.
I can't calculate it.
I,
I don't give the numbers.
Was ET on the third?
Those numbers, they didn't include the full chapter.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't, you can't verify that. I come to say that, the other included.
They were.
It's been ordered, I know that statute.
He doesn't know.
Well,
They were.
and then.
But I thought it was UA numbers that chairperson that was removed, that also covered the whole.
That's fine.
That's it, but I wanna know what.
So we only have two items left.
That's fine, we can come back next Thursday.
So we're gonna have the veteran budget.
It said that, he's going to consider that.
Because we're taking this type of,
And this.
before we all.
Yeah.
Another Friday night.
I don't.
You talk.
I don't remember that, that's fine. It's been such a long time.
No, I mean.
Since I started full time Friday, me and Friday night, this is not a pretty day.
And sheriff, chapter,
Sheriff.
Go to town, take some
To be about 10 minutes, she's just loaded at that log river.
Okay, let's look at the.
Alright, I'll come back in 10 minutes.
You have any other questions?
Okay, well, that question, it must be, the question, the answer is trying to be found for that question. So, let's do this for 15 more minutes and we'll see what the division. Okay, actually, while we're waiting for that answer, there's a great question that has come from the budget and finance committee members. I did send out an email, what did I send out last Wednesday? Last Wednesday or sometime last week, I sent a formal email out to the office management and budget, the office of the controller and the division of human resources. So, could, Mr. Pial and Ms. Tom give a budget finance committee, update on where the personal ops savings fund projections are? And this includes all three branches, so. Give us an update on where that's at.
Madam Chair, members of the DNF committee and everybody that's with us on this fine Friday evening. Chair Parrish, you're correct that the meeting was held on Wednesday amongst the OEB, OOC, and DPMDHR. And a rough draft of the memo was available for review at that time. And also a draft of the personnel lapse fund projected balance, as well as the normal deductions, which will result in the available balance that's available for other needs. And there was also discussion about the mandated obligations for that particular fund, the HR subscriptions, the things like that. Those were not identified yet. So the parties are still working on that information, as well as the some potential options for the general wage adjustment. That judicial branch still hadn't stated that there will be. That was the update the last at that meeting. And I haven't heard any further, so you know, so now. How far along they are. I'm sure.
And I even took the section out of the last section of the resolution and then put it. They haven't translated. It was so, it spoke yesterday. It was considered that it was. And the percent is gonna be the question. It has to be together, that was let's see what I would I'll see you back. It's And then the tax legislation on there, and then that's it, but we worked it. Yeah, on that. And then Sharon can write legislation like confirmation. I mean, yeah.
And you guys debate it fine.
Probably has that, yes, it's.
Mr. Willie, you recognize?
Thank you, Chair Parrish. This is Robert Willie from the Controller's Office. As far as an update on the personal lapse, what Mr. Bial did indicate is what took place. Right now, I'm currently waiting for some numbers from Department of Personnel Management. One of the items is the cost for the Human Resource Management System. The next number I'm waiting for is the annual compensation increases. The third item is the general fund wage adjustment and a recommendation for that one. And the minimum balance for the fund also. And these are all per the personal lap resolution CJY 6623. So if you have any other questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Beyond. Thank you, Mr. Willie, for providing that update to the Budget and Finance Committee. I'll recognize Chairman Emmer as the right.
Well, thank you, appreciate the update, Mr. Willie. So I know the third item is the minimum fund recommendation. And the fourth item is looking at the unmet needs. Where would we put funding for the Navajo Nation Employee Union? Would that be funded through general funds? Or how can we protect the rights of Navajo Nation employees? I'm not sure if there's been a way in the past. I saw PR within the last 2 years about a union, but I haven't seen it on anyone's budget. Thank you. Or would Dominic know? Or men?
Thank you, Chairman Emmer, Casper County. I am gonna give that question to Mr. Mel Rodas. See if Mr. Rodas has any recommendations. And how will let the resolutions EJY 6623 can be amended. Mr. Rodas?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chair Crowdy, for the question. I'm just gonna pull up the resolution real quick. I'm sorry I didn't have it open. But in the resolution, there's a mandatory order of appropriating the funds, and then there's kind of a catch-all of anything else, and then what's not expended goes to the UUFB. So I think that expenditures for protection of union members would fall into the everything else category. But I'm sorry, let me just pull up the resolution.
They're union ones, and their wages are 25%. Here, now the nation, that's why their bus drivers get so much.
I think it's because the funding is federal, and it's because the funding is standardized. It's very federal.
No, because we have $1 billion of other programs that are federal, and they're not. They're funded just like. Because HR will give them that increase.
They're not just federally funded programs, Head Start is a federal program.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I have it pulled up now. Thank you.
Sir Rogus, the follow-up question is, where would that money go? Which part of the government would you recommend?
From the personnel lapse savings account. The first order would be the HRMS, and then annual compensation increases, then the GWA, and then a minimum account balance as recommended by DPM and OOC. And after that, after those have been satisfied, then the personnel lapse savings account can be allocated or appropriated for other purposes. So I would say that it would be that section 4D of CJY 6623 for the personnel lapse savings account.
Mr. Rodas, you know, who would house that money?
Like you said that. I just think that. Even oh, okay.
The whole number.
I don't know do my training. I know, yes, something like a bread. Oh, there, I know.
Can I verify? All right, members of the committee, I know we started an informal discussion at this point, but it looks like the sponsor and his agents have a response, so I recognize Delegate Dave Simpson for that response to the question. This is not the question that was asked to Mr. Rodas, this is a question that was asked regarding the chapter position, so the disclosures.
Thank you. Again, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Budget Finance Committee, good evening, and staff are still here. Thank you, Madam Chair, we go for that question to be answered by Shani Jet or the bingo for Ken Salisbury.
Thank you, Chair Parrish and Delegate Claudia for the question. The 4 chapters are Kayenta, Casamaro Lake, Loop, and Botaway Gap.
And are they, the second part was, are they listed?
Yes, they're in the.
Yeah.
Casamaro Lake and Loop. They have money.
Work Canada just posted all the money to the application for like 100 years.
And getting all that, Thank you, Ms. Jackson, also, Eddie Simpson for providing those responses. I'll go back to Chairman Amber, does I can follow for, the last today. Take care, everyone.
Yeah, have a motion on that, so.
Are you gonna motion on the amendment? It's up to you, you can go work on it, so. Thank you, I wanna recognize, Terry Parrish for her commitment coming in at 8 o'clock this morning, 10 hours later. We want to make sure the right information to make sure that the funding, field positions at the chapter level at 288 plus fringe. And, asking the division that's just to update their unmet needs, we have to pull from a lot of operating budget. But with the commitment that we would fund field position, I know that the memo was sent out, the bid was passed. And yet we're here, day 10, making sure these positions are filled, so I'll make the motion, thank you.
Again, thank you, Chairman Amber, Mr. Crowdy. I will ask Mr. Pockey to read the proposed amendment into the record. After we have verification from the Division of General Services, or Division General Services, but it's a Division of Community Development to verify that those 4 positions are just proposed amendment. Mr. Pockey, the floor is yours.
Madam Chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is amendment number 1 to legislation number 0134-25, now the Division of Community Development. 1, funding amendment from business unit 108001, ECD admin, object code 3000, travel expense 26,000, object code 4,000, supplies 33,000. Object code 6500, contractual services 230,000, object code 7,000, special transaction 26,103 for a total of 353,103. From business unit 108003, solid waste, object code 4,000, supplies 20,000. Object code 6,000, repairs and maintenance 30,000 for a total of 50,000. From object code business unit new Navajo homeowner support, object code new 311,328 for a total of 311,328. From a business unit 10-3005, office of the Navajo Nation, object code 3,000, travel expense 13,000, object code 4,000, supplies 2,000, object code 6,500, contractual services 2,500, object code 7,000, transaction 34,500 for a total of 52,000. From business unit 1081-27 and capital projects management department, object code 6,500, contractual services 255,000 for a total of 255,000. From object code 11-0001, PED admin. Object code 65,000, contractual services 122,000 for a total of 122,000. From object code from business unit 11-004, projects development, object code 6,500, contractual services 72,000 for a total of 72,000. From a business unit new summer youth employment, object code new 1 million for a total of 1 million. Business unit 104014 108123 Navajo Nation Factor personnel 2,177,431 for a total of 2,177,341. The funding amendment is to cover a funding shortfall. Directive, the program impacted by this funding amendment shall update their budget forms and exhibits, including unmet needs for consideration, and submit their updated and corrected amendments to the legislative advisor, Office of Management and Budget by the close of the business day on Monday, July 21st, 2025. 3. Page 2, line 9, after exhibit G, add strike through period, underscore, and the Budget Finance Committee report will be attached to exhibit H4, page 2, line 19, insert new paragraph C as follows. C underscore, the Budget Finance Committee approves the Navajo Nation Division of Community Development fiscal year 2026 budget as set forth in exhibits A through E in the Budget Finance Committee report. Exhibit H to serve as the Budget Finance Committee's recommendations and Navajo Nation Council for including the fiscal year 2026 comprehensive budget. 5 at page 2, line 23, insert new paragraph E as follows: be the Office of Legislative Service, so attached exhibit 8, the Budget Finance Committee report that reflects all amendments made to this action, the exhibits and budget finders documents is approved by the Budget Finance Committee. 6, renumber letters to city paragraphs, sections of the exhibit as necessary and appropriate, the Office of Legislative Services, Office of Legislative Counsel, authorizing technical edits, including recalculating totals related to the limit and an exhibit to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language, any other amendment which language shall be confirmed to this amendment. Madam Chair, members of Budget and Finance Committee, that's present number 1, running to the record.
Thank you, Mr. Totti, for reading number 1 into the record, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Is there a motion or a second for that motion? Second by Delegate Shirley Massey. Members of the committee, does anyone have any questions on amendment number 1? Second call for question. Hearing none at this time. Again, members of this committee, this is to restore 2.1 million to the nomination chapters. To restore funding so that our chapters have funded positions and also take into consideration. A quick turnover and make sure that the vacancies are filled. Because there was a major deficit in the executive branch budget for the chapters this year, so I appreciate the committee's work on this amendment. I'll go to a roll call vote if no one has any questions. Delegate Shirley Massey, how do you vote? Delegate Shirley Massey votes green, Chairman Edward Canestraro, how do you vote? Chairman Edward Canestraro votes green, and Delegate Leslie Razzie, how do you vote? Delegate Leslie Razzie votes green. We had 3 members voting on the affirmative, 0 opposed, 2 members excused, myself not voting. Thank you, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. In that amendment that the committee just passed, it's also a directive and opportunity for you all to update your amendments. So we'll work on that. In the meantime, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, are there any more questions on legislation? Legislation. Okay. Legislation 13425. Any further questions? We took care of that, the big enough, that was almost. We have a little checklist here, just join the route, so. All right, under the Budget Finance Committee, looks like we are, I hear no further questions or amendments at this time. Let's go to a final vote on legislation 13425 as amended. Delegate Norman and the execution of this vote, Delegate Shirley Massey, how do you vote? Delegate Shirley Massey votes green. Chairman Edward Canestraro, how do you vote? Green, thank you. Chairman Edward Canestraro votes green. Delegate Leslie Razzie, how do you vote? Delegate Leslie Razzie votes green. We have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 2 members excused, myself not voting, the motion carries. Thank you to the Division of Division of Community Development, and also Honorable Dave Simpson for your time today. We do appreciate you all working with us today. Thank you all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You think we didn't?
I know you have a long time.
Happy first. Thank you again. Yeah.
Thank you. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee. We also table. Yes. Members of the committee, we have also tabled legislation 015625. Is there a motion to consider legislation 15625 to take it up? This is the executive office's budget. Motion by. Alright. We recognize the motion from Chairman Everett Canestraro. Second by Delegate Shirley Massey to take legislation 15625 off the table. Members of the committee, let's go to roll call vote to take the legislation off the table. Okay, so we can go to when we do. CB, how to do their amendment. I'll follow up with them. Okay. Before we say that, Mr. Everyone who went out there to the Newland Community Development and asked them to prepare their exhibit E to separate their operating and then from the personnel. All right, Mr. Ramos, Mr. Robert, and take care of that. On the shift, when you can separate in your exhibit E, the operating unmet need, and then also
Just like that.
the.
Can I get it?
Okay. That's an example.
That's an example.
Okay, created that example.
All right, thank you.
All right, members of the budget.
They came back strong. They
It is, she was ready, she was there, sitting there, all prepared, all things sanitary.
Oh, you're sponsored. We gotta fix EDOT. Look, Carol, do you have something in EDOT we gotta fix? Someone. What? We know the fix. Why is that? You're not the best.
Everything like awful.
I just told you to come over.
Could be, but.
Watch this, you're gonna see. That very on the list. We're choosing that we sound good. And 277,000 this year. Next year, you have a strong application, apply your kids, keep trying. Keep at it. Don't just that. Probably say this. What you do. But then nothing is.
Did you consider the middle of the taking a vote on a motion to take legislation 1565 off of the table? The motion was made by Chairman of the Representative Crown, Executive Elect Sharon Patty. Are there any other questions before we take the vote off?
Okay, we can do.
Hearing none at this time, the delegate for the meeting is in section of the vote and Vice Chairman Carl Sayers is in section of the vote. Delegate Luciani, how do you vote? Delegate Luciani, the screen, Chairman Representative Crown, how do you vote? Chairman Representative Crown, vote green. Delegate Shelley, how do you vote? Delegate Shelley, how do you vote screen? We have 3 voting in the affirmative, 2 members excused, myself not voting, the motion carries. We are back on legislation 15625. We do have a primary sponsor, Speaker Priscilla Curley is here in the Budget and Finance Conference Room. Her agents are here, the office of the President and Vice President, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Do you have any questions on legislation 15625? Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this legislation will require an amendment because there is a deficit as a result of previous amendments to other legislation. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, is there, you're talking to that? After the Budget and Finance Committee? All right, Mr. Sending that switch out for the committee to consider. The deficit. Their proposed budget is $107,126. Again, that's a result of previous amendments. And we do have numbers sent out to the committee. But it doesn't continue. Thank you, Ms. Ness. Have a good weekend. Thank you so much. Management budget. Eileen Ness. The process for a budgeting system every single year. We're gonna review the Office of Legislative Services, tell you what's going or I'm on you guys, okay. So. This is me, so I'm trying to offer an event on this legislation. Any questions?
My internet, so.
What are you guys? Oh, this is by your email, just.
Everybody. Oh, that's why you're here. Cause it's supposed to be budget. I wasn't here.
Yep, and verify that.
So the second part is just.
Yes, because then it puts, because of on it, it's right, it's out, the residents, there's no debts.
I did see them, they were just all these factors. When you get everybody.
Yes. There isn't anybody who like to offer this, because they don't have any. This amendment with the language also allows the programs impacted to provide an updated exhibit E with unmet needs. And provide further budget.
No, really good. Any recommendations? Let me. Go ahead. No, legislative concerns. I gotta work on a condition of appropriation. I think we agree on some, but it's all, we'll do that. Okay. Yeah, because is it gonna be in our amendment? I guess. Let me just ask. No, because that is for the staff. Okay, two things that, like, what are they gonna do with public safety that has a $2 million deficit? Like, what are we gonna do with programs that have a deficit? Can I answer leave that? Yeah. If you haven't asked for the, did you motion? Okay, let me ask that first before we go to the.
All right, this is the budget and finance committee are conferring and I'll recognize Chairman members as for Friday to ask your questions to the office management budget.
Thank you, so, Mr. Bial, we found out through the budget process that the Department of Public Safety, spent. They're in a deficit of $2 million. It looks like the tax office is in deficit. They spent like a 600 plus of their supply. And now we're finding out that the Washington office is in deficit. Can you let us know how or is there gonna be funding? What's the process moving forward to deal with those deficits that the programs are identifying through this budget process? Thank you.
Thank you, Jerome and Erica for Friday. I just want to add from our budget and finance committee. Last meeting, Delegate Sharon Nancy asked a very similar question regarding the Washington office budget, because the Washington office budget was directed to go back and update their budget forms so that there was no. Balance. Even out balance. So I know that there was verbal direction given then, but to add to the list of other programs and other advice that we received. Or the floor back over to OMB to advise the budget and finance committee on how OMB will be or whether need a joint memo. Or you have a proposal, or I don't know, there's a policy that stops funding, or expenditure, so, do y'all?
Madam Chair, members of the committee. And all those that are with us. I personally am not aware of the exact scope or magnitude of the shortfalls. But, for example, if it's external money spent, we need to get a contracting officer. And the federal agencies involved, for example, you had a 638, it's police and so forth and so on. To see how those matters could be addressed. If it's not other funds. Similarly, we would be working with the divisions, and then the president's office. Addressing those particular shortfalls as well. Developing possible budgets, maybe even legislation to pursue covering that. That could, for example, amount to appropriations from the UUFB or some other funding source. So, Madam Chair, in answer to Delegate Wright's question, that's what I know at this particular moment. And that's all we can say about that.
Mr. Vial, also add that you were part of the drafting of the budget instruction manual. And there is still provisions in the budget instruction manual to provide opportunity for budget reallocations. And budget modifications. You didn't speak to that. Your only solution at this time advising the committee is a UUFB request. That is a part of the budget instruction manual. But I would imagine that as the director of the Office of Management and Budget, that you would think of multiple ways to resolve the issue. So, Mr. Bill, are there other ways besides asking for more money to resolve the issue?
Madam Chair, all I can say is, as you put it, you're correct. That reallocations could be made. Or modifications perhaps. But again, not personally at this moment, not being aware, as I said, the scope, magnitude and nature of those shortfalls. We really can't say too much more than that. And so all I can say therefore is we can look into it with the appropriate management and see what kind of plans can be developed as a result. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vial. I'll give the floor back to Chairwoman Amber Nesbitt-Carly to see if she has any follow-up questions.
Thank you, so I appreciate that, Mr. Gill. I'm just trying to think as we wind down this fourth quarter. Chair, if we could get possible solutions at our next meeting, budget and finance, and that could be some additional time to identify other shortfalls that without any budget modifications. It gives the programs time to plan, or else if we have to move forward, because it does, what I'm hearing from some programs is. Out of their current fiscal year budget, they paid for prior fiscal year budgets, and if that's the case. I don't know that impact would be on the Division of Public Safety. Without like budget modifications or supplemental funding to cover this shortfall. So I just want to make sure that we're clear in terms of how we move forward and how planning is taking place in the budget. Thank you, Chair. No other questions on this issue. Like what should we be concerned for? There was another program that said they're in deficit because they planned on out from the last fiscal year, I think. Yeah, sorry. I don't know if we gotta do by policy, we gotta fix it. Nothing. Yeah, that's also. Based on that, that's the reason. You think that, oh, yeah, I was watching. Then the two business. But if you see how it's
I think you Chairwoman Hernandez regarding, I'll work with Mr. Taki and Mr. Beal and Ms. Tom. To see if there were any shortfalls in the FY 25 fiscal year 2025. And the reason why I'm asking about that number is because that could potentially be an unmet need for the whole application. So I'd like to ask OMB to calculate the entire, if you find any discrepancies in the budget thus far. Washington office is the most present issue, but that's in the USD, but I don't know if we see in other accounts across the navigation if they're experiencing that too. So if you could just take a deeper look at that and then potentially, that could. I mean, I'm asking you to do that, we have the comprehensive budget to prepare that, so I can also see that as an unmet need. I know there's no resolution that, that wasn't be presented, using our unmet needs, but if as a function of, you could present that as an additional. Mr. Coffey, we should know that. All right, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. We are on legislation 156, 25. Does anyone else have any questions on legislation 156, 25? No, shouldn't have.
Good evening, everybody. I wanted to ask about the indirect cost fund. You notice this year, everybody's getting indirect costs. Is there ways that this is calculated? I'm sure I don't know, I'm just asking a question because maybe there might be some funding there that could help. I mean, we don't want to do this in the future because in the BIM, it does outline, step 1, warning, step 2, continues what to do, step 3. But I mean, I don't know if there's anything from there that might really help. And I don't know how it's calculated. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Sherilyn Yazdi. The Navikia State Committee approves the percentage of indirect costs for the navigation, so the whole Navikia State has the opportunity of readers to take a look at that percentage. The calculation is determined by Mr. Cordell Shorty, and as we uncovered, his consultant which was proposed in this year's budget, that was a question that was posed by his consultant about what that consultant does. And I'll give it to Mr. Biologic or Ms. Eldicon to respond to more of that detail for you about the calculation. Because the controller had stated that it should actually be higher, and then also we heard from a former council delegate in Chittinscott that when he was a council delegate on budget and finance, that it was about 30 percentile. Mr. Bial?
Madam Chair, members of the meeting. In response to Yogi Gallagher's question. The indirect cost rate and the cost incurred and so forth are all collapsed or compiled and consolidated into an indirect cost agreement that Navigation negotiates with the Interior Business Council, just connected to the Department of Interior. So a cost study is made in general, it's the cost that the Navajo Nation government incurs in support of federal or external funds. So, and they're called central support costs or central support programs. So as an example, in this room, we see OEB, Controller's Office, even the DNF Committee and others. Their costs are captured in the IEC plan and agreement. And there's a percentage that's applied to each of them, depending on what those costs are. So whatever we project to be the the expected, the projected balance that's collected. Those percentages are applied to that balance. So it's all per an IDC agreement as chair parish, Mr. Speaker, chair parish mentioned that particular agreement with the plan is approved every year by the council or its committee. In short and in general, that's my explanation. Thank you.
Well, I do that in mode. I can't just look at DED's resolution. Because DED's aerial salaries. I have to look at all the resolutions. That was basically.
Thank you, Mr. Dell, for responding to this question. Delegate Shannon, now do you have more questions? Okay.
To be explained that I looked at companies and then federal funding that, federal, we should be reimbursed by. Because it's not students and then the reason why is that 12% next year, you can't retire. There's a contract that doesn't match, which is a competition global for. So it's like a cash 22 is like a contract and then Sean wants to get involved. So then he can have it in the response to the consultant, he's trying to reach 30 minutes. That's the backstory. It's interesting, but then if you're in a hospital, Sean also that spent first because it's reimbursed. Also, federal dollars does. So that general funds doesn't have to utilize from our grants, so that the responsibilities should utilize first. Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Yall, for responding to the questions. I am going to, go back to the Budget and Finance Committee to see if we have any questions. Any amendments? Oh, Dr. Shirley Yazzie has a motion for legislation 15625. And I'll let Ms. Sherrill read that into the record. Sherrill.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. This is amendment 1 to the legislation 0156-25. One, funding amendment from business unit 121001, Navajo Division of Transportation, object code 3000, travel expense 107,126, for a total of 107,126. To business unit 103001, OPBP, object code 4000, supplies 74,126, object code 6,500, contractual services 33,000, for a total of 107,126. The funding amendment is to cover a funding shortfall. To the director of the programs impacted by this funding amendment shall update their budget forms and exhibits, including unmet needs, and submit their updated and corrected amendments to the legislative advisor and Office of Management and Budget by the close of business on Monday, July 21st, 2025. 3, page 1, line 11, after committee, make the following changes. And Budget and Finance Committee. 4, page 1, line 25, insert new paragraph C as follows. C, the Budget and Finance Committee, the standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council, authorized to make recommendations to the council on the budgeting and management of Navajo Nation funds. 2, C, subsection 300A, subsection 301B2. The Budget and Finance Committee specifically authorized to make recommendations to the council regarding the Navajo Nation's annual comprehensive budget for each fiscal year. 12 and see subsection 8 448. 5, page 2, line 8, after exhibit G, make the following changes and the budget.
and Finance Committee report shall be attached as exhibit H. 6, page 2, line 17, insert new paragraph C as follows. C, the budget and finance committee is the non-financial legislative branch fiscal year 2026 budget as set forth in exhibits H to E and in the budget and finance committee's committee reported. Exhibit H surveys the budget and finance committee recommendations to the non-financial council for including in the fiscal year 2026 comprehensive budget. 7, page 2, line 21, in paragraph B as follows. 8, B, the Office of Legislative Services shall attach exhibit H to Budget and Finance Committee's committee report that reflects all amendments made to this action, exhibits and budget binding documents as approved by the Budget and Finance Committees. 9, green number related to the same paragraph section and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits, including recalculating totals related to this amendment and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendments which language shall be conformed to this amendment. Madam Chair. Yes.
All right, thank you, Cheryl, for reading the legislation or the amendment into the record. Delegate Cheryl Yasi, do you concur with that, Rich? Delegate Cheryl Yasi concurs, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, if there a second on the motion. Second by Chairman Member Nestor, right? I'm gonna go to Chairman Nestor, for a question on the number 1.
If you appreciate, motion party, amendment number 1. I did want to ask staff, just in terms of, data, I know we haven't heard from, the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration budget, which, hopefully will be heard soon. But if you can identify how many amendments Budget and Finance Committee, had to make to simply fund field positions. My concern is on my notes, we at least have for so the top 2 were like Department of Justice. They had $2.2 million in an unmet need for field positions. And you were here while we were discussing BCP, and there was $2.1 million for chapter staff positions that are filled. And so what that creates, and what you're gonna see is a budget that is gonna fund filled positions. But basically the operating is gonna be pulled out. And so, we don't have the information, as we mentioned before, with the personal lapse savings fund. And, we don't have, all of the exhibit E's that, were asked by, the different programs. So we did try to, as a committee, amend the BIM to make sure programs were fully funding positions. It looks like I'm gonna have to modify that language to not only fully fund their hours, but their fringe and insurance, so that we get a better idea of how we move forward. I did talk to Miss acting division director, Miss Toddy, in terms of how HR fits the role and what they can print out to leadership, so that you're fully funding personnel positions. And to start planning how many FRS funded positions are actually gonna be incorporated into general fund in the future. That's gonna be an influx of about 100 workers. And so we saw how challenging it was during this process to fund. How many workers in DOT? I can't remember, but there was 50 workers at the chapter level. So we're kind of seeing the trend of what will need to look at in the future. And I appreciate the memo that was sent out to all of the executive programs to fund their employees at 2088. And I'm curious to know if there's going to be any type of action or accountability for those divisions that did not fully fund their employees at 2088. Chair McKee just as we're talking about the performance reporting. If we want to consider what happens when a program doesn't follow the bill. Because now I'm thinking, what's the enforcement, what's the key? We thought it would be like OMB stopping the budgets and not allowing the budgets to move forward. But obviously, that kind of quality check did not work. We do have signatures, but that also did not fix the issue of making sure the personnel was funded and have an unmet need, a realistic unmet need to move forward. So that's my comment. I don't know if there's a plan for the future and how we can work together on that issue. But that would be helpful to know as we try to get to this 2-year budget process and just the amount of time and energy that the committee has had to use. And I want to thank our staff across the board. And so we've had to make some decisions that should have been made prior to the programs coming before the oversights. If the community or the division of community development did not inform their oversight RDC, that they were not fully funding all of the chapter personnel. Because we would have wanted to see how RDC wanted to recommend to fill those positions. So if the next phase is to start looking at measurements, because it really should, since we're a performance-based budget, really that budget 2, in my opinion, because it states the plan of operation. So what is the program going to do in the fiscal year? And then I believe that operating budget should reflect what they're providing. And what we're seeing is a lot of budget 2s that are just very minimal. Like 1 action item a quarter. And so there's 5, so like 5 action items a quarter. So we start comparing to what they're asking for and what the outcome is. Logically, it's not gonna make sense anymore. And so we're, I know in the next phase of budgeting, that's something that I really want to consider. Since the Appropriation Act does say we're performance-based budget. Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if there's any, if the sponsor has any insight or the agent. But I think that should be the ongoing conversation. And should I let me know what your team is assigned to budget and finance? So that staff is fully informed and provided the information that they need to convey to your office on how we're moving forward. Because we'll need to discuss, of course, the revenue projections in the future. And how we're gonna move forward with capital plans and other key areas that we need to take action on every quarter. Thank you, Chair.
Alright, thank you, Chairman Eric Nestor Friday, and this is a question on the amendment, so Delegate Shirley Powell, would you like to recognize Office of the President, Vice President's response to this question? Yes. The floor over to procedure, Chief of Staff to respond to the questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chair Crowley, for the question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think with regards to the plan going forward, and how we, how do we make it clear than the memo that we wrote out and 4 of us signed and reviewed it, right? We had the controller sign it, myself, Rosita Toddy, Director of HR, as well as Mr. Dominic Leal. And I think that one thing to recognize that this is kind of a different process this year from the previous years, where for the most part, the budget was much higher. By our count, about $28 million higher for the executive branch, and as I've stated before, getting everybody used to a new process. It takes some training, right? I think taking some cues from what we saw to this time. We need to train the folks down at the program levels even more on what we expect out of them going forward. And as you stated a couple times, you're looking at maybe doing a 2-year budget or something like that. I think it's fair to say that because we're in a new process this year, we're budgeting off of the actual expenditure amount versus project, like just a much higher amount. This time we'll take that into consideration. But I think because we've done it this year and going forward, it should be easier for the program levels to kind of grab on and say, okay, I get it. Everything gets funded personnel, we're not doing layoffs. That's important to us to make sure that each position is funded correctly. In addition, I want to say that, I think when we started talking about it, I remember that we brought up the fact that, we want everybody budgeted at 2088, 2088 hours. And sometimes there was $1, sometimes there was 10, sometimes there was like half amount. And I think going to that and making sure that we understand the amount of hours need to be consistent. When we present, it needs to be consistent for the BNF committee to really be able to compare apples and apples, to say, okay, this is how it goes. We did our very best to make sure that memo outlined that in a clear manner. And I think it's possible that some of them didn't get it as clearly as we thought, right? And I have to recognize the fact not everybody wheels and deals with this as much as the budget and finance committee, so I appreciate the skill level you guys have and your ability to put those numbers down. But I think there's always room for improvement. I think there's also kind of a carrot and stick approach. I think we can look at all those things and I'm more than willing to say, yeah, let's make sure we're improving this next year when we do another budget. With regards to let's see, with regards to hearing the comment on the RDC didn't know that DCD was short. I think that also speaks to it. I think the council delegates too, as well as the committees, are also getting used to this. Many of them that I talked to didn't know that we had budgeted on actual expenditures for based on what the last 3 years were. And I think that that's important, that we also need to relay that to everybody, so they would catch that, right? And I think that it cuts on both sides of the branches. We can also do better to make sure all the council delegates and staff are aware of this is how we're going to go forward based on actual expenditures, not on just kind of this bigger budget that we say this is what we'd really like to do, right? I think that helps us out just to plan more streamlined over the next few years. And I think that if you're going that route, then you definitely want to have a real good idea on what we're spending. So with regards to action items in the quarter, yeah, I think there's a lot of improvements in the evaluation and how we're doing it. I think that also has to be tied to and coincide with the fact that we're budgeting differently now. Going off of the actual expenditures, it's a much narrower road. And I think that some of those the performance measures, we may want to adjust those accordingly. With regards to the question of who's assigned to budget and finance, typically we have a couple people listening in. Dwight Largey is one of them that listens in consistently. I know he's listening right now, so hello, Dwight. But for the committees that aren't meeting in Winter Rocks, who sometimes travel, it's generally we're going to have to make sure that we listen online. I've noticed a pattern of when our people are online, they're not acknowledged. I've asked them to say, hey, make sure you're hit the button, the telephone key or something, to make sure you're waving your hands digitally to say, hey, we're here, we're listening, right? But even with that, I've looked back at the tape and they're not acknowledged by the folks that are conducting the meeting. So I wanted to point that out and say, I think that'd be helpful, knowing that we can't make every single meeting, and sometimes we're listening to 2 meetings at the same time, trying to absorb the information and make sure we got coverage. So, but the name Dwight Largey, sometimes we have our legal counsel listening to as well. And then we have backup coverage if we're not gonna be able to listen, but we try to do our very best to. Hear every meeting and hear the concerns and track those as well, so. I'll stop there, thank you very much.
Alright, thank you, Mr. Teacher, for responding to the questions. I think what's really helpful for the committee is not just somebody who can listen, but somebody who can contribute to the discussion. Because, for instance, we had this discussion about the personal loss basis fund. We didn't know if OPP was also a part of that discussion. So judicial branch, clearly judicial branch is not responding to team their own DPM. I don't know exactly what's happening internally. We're legislators, so we're focused on, we're focused on the legislation, but we don't know how the administration is functioning and pursuing and moving forward. So I haven't talked to Mr. Largy directly to ask what is the president's position on this or anything like that. I think that's where, as decision makers, we're putting together a plan, or we're voting on the legislation and having that insight from the president's office is critical. I know we have Mr. Rogers on behalf of the speaker. Mr. Rogers does contribute to the discussion. And if he doesn't know the answer, he's able to connect us to somebody that's able to make that identification. We have Johnson here, legislative service too, that is able to look at the points that in past legislation. So it's not about, I don't feel as members of the committee, I don't feel it's about whether they can listen or not, but it's can they contribute to solving this problem? Because again, I think I heard in Chairman Friday's question was what is the plan for the Everett employees? What is the plan? Are we integrating them in the general funds? And so I don't know what the president's position is on that. I don't know if Mr. Largy is authorized to give a position on that. I don't know that. I do know from conversations with people over Cape, his recommendations. But again, that would be then the responsibility of the executive branch, whether they absorb them or not. So that would be helpful to know. I think at a decision level position, for instance, like when the judicial branch comes on, it's helpful to know what they think about vacancies. It's helpful to know what they're doing. And it's really about collaboration. I don't think it's about hey, here at this time, we're meeting at this time. This is an opportunity for the public to really hear our thoughts and collaboration. I know we can have leadership meetings and all that, but we need to be more consistent with that because that doesn't happen regularly. But the one time that we all set aside as a committee is the first and third Tuesday of the month. So we already have that in our schedules outside of our chapter responsibilities and stuff. So I just want to add additional context to why it's important to the speaker's office, the president's office, the chief justice's office is to be here because sometimes we have critical discussions and we need everyone at the table. And I've never received a memorandum from the president's office asking what is budget and finance think about this. But we do provide on all of our agendas place for the executive branch, legislative branch, and the judicial branch to be recognized to contribute to that conversation. So I just wanted to add a little bit more background to why that's important to the collaboration and decision making for the community, because some things are final authority of budget and finance. Some things don't go all the way to the council. Some things are final authority of resource development. Okay? And so it's really good to engage in that conversation. Back to the amendment. Does anyone have any questions on amendment number 1? Oh, Delegate Shirley has them.
Thank you for those questions. I think, what I also heard in, the question is, just really, we have to educate ourselves on the budget. And I've only been here 6 months. And I did make a commitment to just tell myself and the group, I have to be in that leadership room. I have to listen, I have to just make that my priority. So that I could understand what the budget process is to understand vacancies, to understand, what they've worked on. They've done this, they're doing this on year 3 and I'm behind. And so it really is just kind of studying up on it when I do take homework home. So if Mr. Largy is assigned to us, you should do your best to read up on as much as you can, be here, ask questions. That's the only way you're gonna learn this. And then the other thing I find myself doing is also wanting to have my chapters understand this process. And so I do it, when I can get to my chapter meetings or when I can put it into a monthly report, I'll try to give them just a little piece and it's not, I don't put in all the lingo of, money and all this, but so I keep it as simple as I can. And I even had to, just take out a marker and write on a whiteboard just to say, this is what the budget finance is thinking, this is how we're going to execute this. And then I have to kind of go into, okay, but this is gonna be the legislation, and it depends on if council's gonna pass this or this. So what I'll end up doing with this budget is then go back and explain to them as best I can, is how we did everything, how the budget was balanced, and why we're moving to that 2-year budget plan, and why we're no longer doing the personal flat savings. And we're trying to get away from that to do the actual. And I know at my chapter level, it's gonna take time to, just to really help them understand all of this, but, I do, recommend that Mr. Largy, if you can be here as much as you can, because we do get handouts and you could get those handouts and read up on it. That may be helpful too. That would just be my suggestion too. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie. Mr. Beecher, Rich, you would like to respond to any comments made?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Delegate Yazzie for the comments and for Chair Price comments and recommendations. Yeah, I think Mr. Large is newer to the team. He's learned a lot about these processes. I'm happy to report it's a master's degree in international finance or something like that. Yeah, so he's learned this local finance, and I think that's helpful. I think the points are well taken. And I think it is up to all of us educators. So we know that to my left, Miss Little is about 3 weeks, 4, maybe 5 weeks on the job, so she's in the same boat. And I think from my perspective too, I took over about the same 5 weeks ago on the budget, so we've all had to do some quick learning. But on the same note, it's always something new that you can learn. And I think with regards to this particular budget, the new way of allocating and using the actual expenditures is helpful. And I think it's good to put the perspective in there that with this type of actual expenditure allocations, we want to make sure that we, when we look back in time and we said we're going to do this, we're expecting $30 to $40 million to be placed in the unmet needs based on that, because we knew that most of the programs are going to come up short on the they may be only able to carry their personnel. Some of them came up a little short, some of them came up a little more than that. But I think it's apparent that with this method, everybody's seeking unmet needs and trying to make sure that that those unmet needs are met. So thank you for the chance to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beecher. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, are there any more questions on amendment number 1? All right, carrying on at this time, members of the Budget and Finance Committee will go to a roll call vote. All right. I am working with a lot of this over control hours of sleep. But I feel like 7 PM is now my 3 PM, so we can felt sure other people like that too, lost track of time. Alright, Delegate Shelley Johnson, how do you vote? Delegate Shelley Johnson votes green, Chairman Everett Nestor, how do you vote? Chairman Everett Nestor, how do you vote green, Delegate Lester Yasi, how do you vote? Delegate Lester Yasi votes green, we have 3 members voting affirmative, 2 members excused, myself not voting, the motion is carried. On amendment number 1 to legislation 15625. Members of the Budget and Finance Committees, you have the final questions, comments, or amendments to legislation 15625. Hearing no final questions to the legislation, Speaker Curley is going to offer final comments before I call the vote. Alright, Speaker Curley.
Good evening, to our chair and the members. Thank you for having this dedication all week. There's not only a comment on this legislation, but all of the other legislations. Taking a deep dive into our budgets. And I don't know if that budget, I don't remember any budget of finance going really into depth. Of really evaluating our budget, our trends. So it's good to be part of this new movement that we're going towards. On how we're allocating our dollars, not only for this fiscal year, but just more projection for the next 3 years. So it's good to be part of this process again. Thank you for our executive offices for being here and also just following by the Ben or trying to make those new process that we're all learning and shifting towards a new different era and how to do budgets. So again, just looking to make numbers for staying here this late and being able to hear all the departments.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank your staff. It was super helpful to us and just specifically, Rodney and Ms. Lowell and Mr. Mose and all the staff here. For staying late, coming here early and working with our staff, especially OMB and for the folks that have been helping us get our feet wet. So I just want to say thank you and I hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you, Mr. Beecher, and thank you, Speaker Crowley, for your comments. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, we are on the final vote tonight for this agenda. Unless somebody wants to add another legislation. All right, members of the committee, here on legislation 15625. Delegate Norman Vigues excused from this vote. Vice Chairman Carl Slater is excused from this vote. Delegate Shirley Johnson, how do you vote? Delegate Shirley Johnson votes green. Chairman Inverness Rockrati, how do you vote? Green. Chairwoman Inverness Rockrati votes green. Delegate Lester Yasi, how do you vote? Delegate Lester Yasi votes green. We have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposed, myself not voting. Motion carries on legislation 15625. Thank you, Speaker Curley. Thank you, Mr. Beecher, and thank you, Ms. Little. Thank you all for being here. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, I do not see any legislation on this agenda we need to take action on. We have completed every letter through the team. Our agenda is recommended all the way to the meeting, so. Where we close already, I tell you, Sharon got it.
Hi, let's get our seats down. I did have a question, about the Navajo Washington office rental. If you end up this, I know there was a bunch of questions, but in the past, so that was my and help. Remember it. We just been there. We make sure we check that, double check that. Okay, thank you.
Yes, so you're trailing us, the budget and financial cost and cost budget. Not, and Brittany's told about the part of the biggest cost legislation, I just want to. What's my only question?
Rogers, yeah. So this is the first year, so I put in CPC.
Here at the end of the agenda, we're going to quickly recognize the time.
I got wrong. Want to tell us something? We gotta pick something. Oh, eat. Okay, then eat. Oh, that's. I can't fix the road, but I can give you a burger. Like last minute.
All right, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, we are at the conclusion of our agenda for the FY 26 special meeting. For the third agenda, for the oversight committee of recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee, we do have one outstanding budget. That's the Navigation Veterans Administration budget. That legislation was dropped yesterday, July 17th. So that's the one variable where I did talk to the chairman of the Health Education Services Committee. They're going to meet the day after council adjourns to take care of that one budget. Then the Budget and Finance Committee will reconvene on July 29th. The proposed date for the Budget and Finance Committee to reconvene to consider the nomination Veterans Administration budget is July 29th. That's a Tuesday. That'll be posted for 10 a.m. And we'll consider that budget and also another legislation that day. So 2 legislations for that date. We'll give a heads up on that. That's only budget. That's the last budget we're going to do. In the meantime, I'll work with Mr. Taki and Olympi to get started. I know we'll S. Mr. McCullough Roadhorse here, Mr. Lemanuel was working on all the amendments, and also we had Sherelle here. Mr. Taki, Strange, everyone from Office of Legislative Services, thank you for your time, for your commitment. Thank you, Mr. Beal, thank you, Ms. Tom, thank you, Ms. Ned, thank you, Ms. Soski, thank you, Ms. Johnson, thank you, Ms. Thank you to everyone at the Office of Independent Budget for your dedication. We look forward to continuing our work. Thanks, Speaker Curley. And with that, would anyone like to motion to adjourn today? Motion by Delegate Leslie Rossi to adjourn our agenda. Delegate or members of the committee, is in 1 second. Second by Delegate Shannon Rossi. Members of the committee, let's go to roll call vote. Delegate Shannon Rossi, any vote? Delegate Shannon Rossi, vote 3. Chairwoman Everett Messer, how do you vote? Chairwoman Everett Messer, how do you vote 3? Delegate Lester Rossi, how do you vote? Delegate Lester Rossi, votes 3. We have 3 members voting in the affirmative to excuse from this vote, and we are adjourned today on this Friday night, July 18th at 7:12 p.m. Thank you again for everyone's hard work. We'll see everyone at the nomination.